All right. Welcome to day 2, everybody. Are we ready? Back to Kerbal. Back to the beginning. Let's get the joystick out. Get your swim trunks. Get your flippy floppies because we're getting wet. Wait. No. You know what I mean. Anyway. Back to the Kerbal. What's going on? You guys catch Kuiper launch this morning? Pretty good. There was also another Starlink this morning as well. It was I got up for Project Kuiper. It was at 8 a.m. local time for me. The Starlink one was at 4:30 a.m. I did not. Nope. 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 So it was Starlink 1015 launching booster 1080 on its 22nd flight. And everything seems to be okay. I would have heard if something went wrong by now. There is another Starlink, 17-11, that's scheduled to go out of Vandenberg at midnight tonight. So that's actually 12 hours from now, like right now. It'll probably get pushed a little bit. I don't, no guarantees that we're going all the way to that, but the NSF Starlink stream was entertaining. Jack was trying to learn how to say toroidal. Huh. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm not going to read too much into that. Are you guys talking about arrow spikes or something? Or Buenos dias. Oh, boy. What is the reuse limit that SpaceX is shooting for? Tyler, their car, well, it changes depending, because, you know, at this point, they're just like, see how many flights it can fly and just check it over every time. And if it's still good, just keep using it. Right now, SpaceX's internal goal is 40. Yeah, but that's subject to change. It was 10 5 years ago. And then it was 15, and then it was 20, and then it was 25. Now it's 30, and now it's 40, you know? Like for Falcon 9's the life leader is 1067, I believe, with I think it's 30 flights. I'd have to go look. But yeah, 30 freaking flights, dude. List of Falcon 9 booters. I actually typed booters. Whoops. All right, let's see. I hate how this table is set up for what it's worth. Presumed active launches. Boop. 1067. 1071 has 28. 1063 has 27. Pretty good. Happy Thursday. 1067.30 is going to try and beat the shuttle record. 39 would be the shuttle record with Discovery. Discovery flew 39 flights. But dude, there's a very high amount of boosters that are in the 20s, which is crazy. 1075 has 20, 1076 has 21, 1080 has 22, 1078 is 23, 1077 also has 23, 1069 has 27, and 1063 has 27. It's crazy, man. That's bananas, dude. What was 1067's first flight, just out of curiosity? 1067 first flew in June of 2021 on the CRS-22 mission. And then it flew Crew after that. Flew Crew 3, Turksat, Crew 4, CRS-25, Starlink, Hotbird 13, O3BM Power, Starlink, Starlink, Starlink. The Satrius satellite. Starlink, 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 Starlink. Telecomsat Marapudi. I remember that one. We watched that one. Starlink, 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 Starlink. Galileo. That's right, it launched Galileo. Forgot about that. KoreaSat 6A. Starlink, 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 Starlink. Yeah, its last mission was on the 28th. Flight 11, October 6th. That's right. Do they rebuild Falcon 9 engines after recovery? Sometimes. They do swap engines from time to time, but yeah, they do swap from time to time. Falcon components do wear out. It's a wear item. Just there are certain wear items on Falcon, and I won't say which. There are wear items in the engine. It's a rocket engine, dude. It's like a freaking fire hose, but with flames. Stuff breaks over time. It happens, dude. Starling, 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 Badger, 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 Cryo, 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 Spin Prime, Spin Prime, Spin Prime, Static Prime, Spin Prime, Static Prime, Spin Prime, Cryo Test. If you look at Booster 7, the nozzle will be a wear item. It's the liners in the nozzles. Tessa, yeah, good call, man. Yeah, that turbine impellers wear out, gas generators wear out. It happens. Like, it's crazy to me that we're at the point where it's just like, oh, engine isn't working. Swap it out. Whatever. Swap it out. It's no problem. Does an injector plate wear? You tell me. Would a fuel injector wear out in a car? Everything's a wear item, dude. It's a mechanical piece of equipment. I won't talk about which ones specifically. I know, or I don't know for sure. I have a good idea what wears out and what doesn't, right? Like, if the early Starship tests were any indicator of what breaks rocket engines, you know, you pick it up over time. That's not like that at all. Oh, he replied. Dude, he replied. Hold up. Shh. What did he say? Students enjoy hearing the truth. On that note, Eric, let's set the record straight. Prior to a series of test launches that did not carry payloads, Astra conducted 4 operational orbit rocket launches of Rocket 3, of which 2 were perfectly successful, deploying 23 small satellites to their operational orbits. Of the 2 failures, one of them, the famous sideways liftoff, fully recovered and was on its way to orbit, but was terminated because of an error made by the government flight safety officer. I'm not sure that thing would have made it, even if the guy terminated the rocket. It was cool, though. It was cool. Yeah, and now on to a close-up of Daryl Nail. Brother. See that? I've seen this. Look at the locks swirl around because the stage is spinning. The stage is spinning on orbit to deploy the IMAP satellite. This is from yesterday morning's launch. Look at the swirl. Dude, that is so freaking cool. Locks and Daryl Nail. Extreme close-up! Whoa! 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 Excellent, excellent extreme close. Woo! Can I take a sip? I wouldn't lick it, dudes. Good call on the extreme close up. Yeah, did you see the locks swirling around? That's cool. That's really cool. That's not something we get to see. I'm not sure what Chris seems to really like to rock the boat. I'm not entirely sure that, you know, I'm sure he has a strategy, and yeah, I'm not 100% sure what that is, but it is a way to do things. I mean, personally, I like the CEO of BPS.space. I think this guy is much cooler.
When I'm machining aluminum, I'll sometimes cool the part with ice, not just for fun, but heat within the part can ruin accuracy, and it can do something even worse. Materials expand with heat, and machining can create that heat. The coefficient of thermal expansion for aluminum is about 13 millionths of an inch per degree Fahrenheit. Okay, so it scales by a few different values if we're talking about linear expansion versus area expansion. But if we're looking at a 100-degree delta in an 8-inch diameter aluminum tube, we're going to see expansion by about 1/100 of an inch in diameter. That's a big change for a critical dimension, but to be honest, that's a lot lower than I thought, and for a lot of the stuff that I make, it's kind of within tolerance. The real problem here is work holding. If I'm cutting this tube and holding it from the inside, a 10 thou difference is going to drastically weaken the grip that the chuck has, which would let the part fling off the lathe and across the garage. That might sound like fun, I promise it's not. So periodically cooling the part back to room temperature helps keep dimensions and grip in check. More common techniques are to use flood coolant or vortex cooling or even isopropyl alcohol to do evaporative cooling, but slapping some ice on that bad boy works just as well.
Oh man, we gotta introduce Joe to some tap magic, Coltec. He needs some cutting fluid, dude. You need tap magic, bro. Oh. Oh. Use this dude to some tap magic. You need tap magic, homie. He needs tap magic. This stuff is the best. Tap magic is sick. It's lubricant for when you're machining metal or drilling metal, right? And it's also coolant. Last. Who? This dude got offers for contracts with the DoD on new AIM-9 missiles. He obviously declined. Yeah. Dude, this stuff, it is, as the name implies, it's magic. When we were drilling spot welds on the Coronet, I broke my first spot bit. I flipped the bit over and used the other side, right? Because it's two-sided, you can switch it. And we coated every spot weld with tap magic. Haven't broken a bit since. This takes all the heat out of your machining so stuff doesn't expand and contract. Dude, we got to tell Joe about tap magic. I'm about to shoot him a message. About to shoot him a message and be like, bruh, don't wipe it down with ice. Ice has oxygen in it. Ice has oxygen in it, and that is reactive to metal. Bruh, don't do it. Don't do it. We don't know what's in it. It's magic, dude. Yeah, no, it says it right there. Yeah, we don't know what's in it. Yeah, we don't know. He has the whole coolant system. Yeah. Yeah. We're still making rockets in standard and English measurements? Yeah, what's wrong with that? Last if you can. I don't want to, Daitor. I don't want to. Okay, cool. What's up? I'm just kidding. What is this? What is this? Qu'est-ce que c'est ça? ¿Qué es esto? Was ist das? What do we got here? Oh. Uh, uh, uh. Oh. I can't. Yep. Okay. What? Jurassic Park. Meh, 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 meh. Meh, meh, meh. Oh. Oh. Huh. Where so where can I find this? Don't tell me the Fu Chao restaurant in Chinatown. CS2 looked really good too in the trailers. Yeah, but oh no. Oh, what? Does that say Tyrell on it? It's uh-oh. I don't think they're talking about that kind of Tyrell, Tessa. All these moments will be lost in time, like tears in rain. I think they're talking about that Tyrell. What's Tyrell? Ryan. 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 Really? You don't know? Really? Really? Tyrell Corporation? Dean, you too? Guys! It's like... It's... You didn't know it either? What kind of nerds are you? You know what? It's not even that Blade Runner is that good of a movie. Dude, this like... So, Blade Runner is based off of a story by Philip K. Dick. Okay? Philip K. Dick is like the reason why like people know what sci-fi is. Like, read his books. They're amazing. Like... Never saw it. Hey, dude. Yeah, him and Asimov, like, this is like nerdry 101, man. Replicants, synths, robots, artificial intelligence, all that. That's like all Philip K. Dick came up with all those concepts for in his sci-fi books. Dude, seriously, this guy's responsible for like 95% of sci-fi nomenclature. I'm serious. Read some of his books. They're amazing. Yeah, Man in the High Castle, Total Recall, Blade Runner. Those are all based off of his books. Those three alone, just... Looks like the developer has a history of abandoning games after launch. RIP. It's too bad she won't live, but then again, who does? Please hear my previous chats about tap magic. Okay. Tap magic isn't a coolant, it's a lubricant. However, tap magic does make a matching coolant. A machining coolant. You're a lubricant. No, that's good to know. That's when I say introduce Joe to Tab Magic, I don't mean that particular bottle. That's not what I was getting at, but you get the idea. Yes, you're right. Minority Report. Dude, frick Minority Report. That movie sucks compared to Blade Runner. Like, and Blade Runner is awesome. That's not hype. It is an amazing flick. And 2049 ain't bad either. No, Minority Report sucks compared to that. It's terrible. You take that back. Dude, watch Blade Runner and you'll agree with me. I guarantee it. Blade Runner is cyberpunk before cyberpunk. Like, dude, cyberpunk is, like, ripped off from Blade Runner. Why can't they both be good? But no, I'm a personality on the internet, NX Captain. I have to have irrational opinions about things. How long have you been watching this stream, dude? Jeez. That's just a thing. Like, every content creator has an irrational hatred of things. Like, that's just a thing. Dude, seriously, look at this melon farmer's repertoire, okay? Look at the repertoire. We'll get to Kerbal in a moment. Do androids dream of electric sheep? That's Blade Runner. Man in the High Castle. Amazing. Amazing. Scanner Darkly. Another great one. They remade it in 2000, which was pretty good. Total Recall's on this list. This dude was like the sci-fi guy. Like, not Gene Roddenberry, not George Lucas. This dude. Bibliography. Everything is based off of this guy. Him and Asimov. Asimov is the other one. Isaac Asimov. Amazing, dude. Seriously. That's the joke from that thing. Tyrell, right? That the developer's making a reference to Blade Runner. That's cool, man. What do the other signs say? Pluses, softer. Rod. I saw some other references in there, I thought. Hold on. Smokestack overflow. Nice. That's pretty good. I thought I saw another thing. Yeah, that's what I thought I saw. Okay. Yep. All right. All right. Sense of humor. Is that a The Boys reference? Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much. The interesting thing is that Vought was an aircraft company in real life. I'm just saying. Like, I'm just saying they made some pretty good planes back in the day. Like the F4U Corsair. Like, that's pretty good. They did some other things with rockets too that you guys might appreciate. New Hearts of Iron expansion pass was announced. Cool. Cool. What Kampf was a Blade Runner reference to. Yes. You're right. The F8. Underrated airplane. Variable angle of incidence on the main wing. You guys know about this thing real quick? We're gonna go down the rabbit hole just for a second. Check it out. The entire main wing assembly can actually move up and down. It's articulate like a flap. You know why? Anybody know why? Who knows? Who knows their stuff? Who knows their Vought aircraft? This picture kind of gives it away. They came up with a variable angle of incidence wing so you can dip the nose down when you're landing on the carrier and see the deck of the carrier. Yeah. The whole fuselage of the plane actually tilts down and the wing tilts up and the thing lands with the nose in the ground. Pretty cool, huh? How topical. That guy's not having a good day. Yes. Also, the A7. That's very nice. Yeah, NASA got their hands on one of these things. NASA 802. Okay, we're going to tie this right back into space, and then we load up Kerbal. So NASA 802 right there. Note that it says digital fly-by-wire. NASA 802 was a hot-rodded F-8 Crusader that they took an Apollo guidance computer off of a leftover LEM and hot-rodded it to the airplane. They took the AGC and duct taped it to the side of this thing. I'm not even kidding. The disky is behind the panel right there. Like, when I say they took an AGC out of a LEM and they shoehorned it into a plane where the cannon could go, that is exactly what I'm talking about. It is pretty freaking cool. Here, hang on. NASA 802 F8C. This is actually sick. Look at this. They put an AGC where the cannon could go. The Apollo disky was in the freaking plane. And it was one of the first fly-by-wire airplanes. This development led to the F-16, guys. Yeah, that was like a direct response to the F-16. So, because the F-16 was one of the first planes to do fly-by-wire. So check that out. That's the disky. The disky is your user interface for the AGC. So if we go to LEM Interior NASA, of course, the one freaking picture here does not have the disky installed. That's great. The disky should be right there. It's not. It's not there. They're not here. Let me try to find it again. There it is. Here, on this Reddit picture. See, the disky? This is a mock-up. That's not real. But there you go. They ripped it out of a LEM and put it on an airplane. That's pretty damn cool, actually. Can you explain fly-by-wire? Okay. Yeah. So, Rob, do you know, or do you want me to just explain fly-by-wire in general? Like, or do you want me to explain it to you? Because I can come up with some good analogies if you know a little bit about cars. There's really good explanations. In general, you know about cars. Yeah, I figured you might. All right, so fly-by-wire has an electronic input. You have an electronic input in the joystick. So in the past, right, your joystick is actually pulling wires, and the wires control your control surfaces, right? Or it's pulling on basically a hydraulic power takeoff from the engine, and the hydraulics are moving your control surfaces. What fly-by-wire does is it has your joystick go through your inputs to the aircraft are put in on an electronic joystick like this. That's why I'm holding it up. And it goes into a flight computer. And the flight computer is able, it interpolates what you're commanding the aircraft to do and tells the control surfaces to move. Now, what are the benefits of this? Much, much smoother control. That's a big deal. Also, a fly-by-wire system can make it so if, like, say you're flying an F-16, or say you're flying an F-4, which is all analog, so to speak, you pull back on the stick, it's going to deflect your horizontal stabilizers, and the plane will probably do something like this, right? Maybe it'll go up. In an F-16, if you pull back on the stick, the digital fly-by-wire is going to slowly deflect to full. It won't just go whoop. There's smoothing out of your control inputs to make the plane fly a lot better. In reference to cars, on a modern, like, let's say a C7 Corvette. Actually, I think it's a C7. I think a C7 has it. You have fly-by-wire throttle control. So when you push on the gas pedal, it's not connected to a cable that's going to open and close your throttle body, right? There's an electric motor on the throttle body, and you step on the gas, right? And instead of just wide opening the throttle, right, it's going to just put a slow ramp, and then it's going to open. It adds these little interpolations to your controls that make operation of your vehicle or airplane a lot smoother. The joystick. Yeah, it kind of averages out. You can make much better fidelity control systems with fly-by-wire. It's super useful. Yeah, that's why I asked about cars. Like, it's mostly found with gas pedals on cars nowadays. But something like a Tesla has a totally drive-by-wire system. Like the Cybertruck, for instance. Some people hate it, some people not. Some people say it looks like a dumpster. Some people say it looks cool. Whatever. I really like the Cybertruck. Its look is not the best, right? But, I mean, it's a little avant-garde. But so is its underlying control systems. You want to hear something interesting about the Cybertruck? It's one of the first vehicles to implement full drive-by-wire. So your brake pedal is not connected to the brakes. Your gas pedal is not connected to the throttle, because it's an electric car, right? And your steering wheel is actually not connected to anything either. There's no steering shaft. There's an electric motor on the steering box, and then there's an electric motor, a potentiometer attached to your steering wheel, like an arcade sim rig. Yeah, it's super cool, actually. Cybertruck uses drive-by-wire. Basically, you input steering into it, right? And it goes into Tesla's ECU. Right, I say engine control unit, but it goes into the main computer on the car, and then that sends out the commands to the tires. So, like, for instance, if you're driving a Cybertruck down the road, you're going 70 miles an hour down the road, and you do this, what happens with a regular car? Whoop! You're going to flip over, or you're going to oversteer or something, right? You do that, it'll do this with the tires. It won't go whoop, it won't go all the way to lock, right? It'll slowly move, and then it'll go to lock, so you get a nice smooth corner. It's actually really cool. That's really neat stuff. But I get it. People don't like Cybertrucks, etc., etc. The underlying architecture and the technology behind it is actually super interesting stuff. I think it's super cool. Doesn't the Cybertruck have a lot of input lag, though? Well, Veljex, that's the drive-by-wire. It's not input lag. It's smoothing out your commands. Fighter jets do the same thing. Now, whether that's right for the road or not, I don't know. I think the technology is cool. Not a lot of people know that a Cybertruck, because it's 48-volt architecture, and they're using Ethernet for their wire harness in that thing, it's one of the simplest wire harnesses of any car, ever. You have one wire that goes to the back of the vehicle for all the lights. One wire. Easy. I think that's super cool. It's a very simple vehicle, believe it or not. They're using like an automotive variant of Cat 6, which is super cool. But anyway. I don't know what it is, all systems, yeah. Your Kia has drive-by-wire. Yeah, a lot of cars do with like the throttle and stuff, but yeah. Dude, heck, drive-by-wire for cars is a direct result of fly-by-wire. Fly-by-wire is something that NASA invented. Just saying. Just putting it out there. Because that's what was needed to do a precise landing on the moon. You need a fly-by-wire system on the LEM so you can better control the throttle inputs on the engine. So you could do a precise landing. In Kerbal, that would be like using SAS to help you land. Same idea, believe it or not, which is super cool. But how's that for a dive? Pretty good stuff, right? Let's play Kerbal. Your entire body is drive-by-wire. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Yeah, good stuff. Now, Rob, I'm not going to lie. None of my cars have drive-by-wire throttle. My newest, well, the Fusion probably does, but that's about it. That's my wife's car. My newest car is from 2008. It absolutely has a mechanical linkage for the throttle body. It works. It works. Just saying. Every other one of my cars is a cable-controlled throttle. Oops. Oh, that actually reminds me. In the downtime between the launch this morning and now, I did do some realignment work with the trunk pan. I took it out, undid the rear cross member, realigned the rear cross member to make sure my frame rails weren't kinked out. I got the frame rails pretty damn true, and I got the leaf spring perches to all get into line. So yeah, everything in there is pretty dang lined up, which is good. That whole trunk pan is dead center straight. The left leaf spring flanges do need to be like hammered up into position a little bit. It's still a little bit off, but once you start securing that pan down to the frame rails with clamps and stuff, everything goes into alignment. It does kind of mess with the trunk pan just a little bit. It's bending it just a smidge, but it probably isn't bent any more than what it would be from the factory, guys. Yeah, everything is pretty dang straight. I got to start punching, now that trunk pan is centered, I got to start punching holes in it so we can, well, at first tack it and then weld it in. But yeah. Umalauta. Naita evalta. Looks good? Quietos. Do you have a permanent camera feeding to your garage? Yeah, for the most part. This high cam, yeah. The high cam's feeding into that computer, and this computer is capturing it over NDI. I have like 5 cameras that I can direct feed if I turn on all the camera equipment. Cybertruck has proportional steering control based on speed. Yeah, Andrew, that's what it's called, but I'm not sure if people would understand what that means. But yeah, proportional control, exactly. It is interpolating and smoothing out your inputs to make the ride and handling better. That's exactly what it does with a fighter jet, which is super cool. I think that's really neat. But yeah, I've been getting up early, so yeah, just taking some time here and there to work on to do some work on that bad boy. It's like mouse smoothing, but actually useful. Correct. You fix the NDI. Yes. All right. Let's get the tunage going. All right. So, where were we at? Well, where we last left off with this, I was trying to get parts to bring in a plane from one of my other career mode saves, and it turns out that it wasn't even close to having all the right parts, nor is the SPH big enough to accommodate an aircraft like my A200, which really is annoying, because this is a great craft for going and flying around and getting science. Evening from the Den of Marks. Hey, man. Yeah, exactly. The computer's like, nah, you probably shouldn't drive that way. Let me drive for you. That. We did as much science finding with the lizard as we could yesterday. And I did unlock a bunch of good science trees, but I opted to get this one and buy the landing gear to try and get the plane working. But it turns out that I need this one. We need that one unlocked too, and that's 90 science. We probably should have gotten the solar panel, like chat said, but it's okay. We're gonna try for orbit today. Why do I think that drive-by-wire will be detested by purist drivers? Dude, power steering is detested by purist drivers. Don't worry about it. It's fine for the road. Probably not great for the racetrack. Are we doing real skill? Nope. This is just a couple of visual mods. Stock, for the most part, game Kerbal. Are modern Ferraris drive-by-wire? No idea. Probably. All right, so this is where we last left off. We were trying to do an orbital attempt, but why are we trying for orbit? To get the milestone, because it's a mission. If we go into our contracts here, you can get 4 science, 6 prestige, get a really nice payout there for an orbital attempt. Trying, I mean, should be pretty easy for the tech we have. Engineer, I'm not sure what you're getting at. Like, I might be lost. So, Engineer, what happens if I say getting to orbit for this stream? If I title the stream Getting to Orbit and we don't get to orbit? Okay, fair. Sorry again. Oh no, it's no problem. I'm helping you. I'm helping you straighten it out. I don't want to name this. I don't want to, dude. Nothing in this game is certain, right? Even dude, we'll probably make it, but nothing is certain until you do it, right? You know? So that's why I said shooting for orbit, you know?
Go and throttle up.
We'll get it. We'll get it. I would really hope we get it this time, but we might not. I may have made a mistake by not getting that science equipment and getting landing gear instead. If you don't, then you accept the L and cry softly when the stream ends. It wouldn't be the first time, Names. I'm gonna get rid of the wings on this design. I got a probe core first. I got the Stay Putnik, so we don't need to put Kerbals on here. This is what I was thinking about doing last night. Getting rid of the Science Junior, just for now. Does the launcher have an antenna? Yeah, of course. It's deployable. See? I'm gonna have it already deployed. What? Why? Have you heard of the Soviet astronaut that was disappeared after he died? No. Has anyone had an issue of the Delta V refusing to calculate in the VAB? It's how you put your vehicle together plate. Make sure your root part of your entire rocket is up at the top, or your Delta V calculations won't... Like the first part that you place, right? Make sure the top of the rocket has the root part near it, or else it's going to not understand Delta V correctly. So, what's our TWR off the pad? 1.2. That's fine, but that's not really good for a stabilization. We probably need to put together something with a little more kick. The Marvin launcher is pretty good, but it really didn't get us where we want, now did it? That's the other thing. I should have unlocked the Terrier engine, but that's okay. We only have 5 parts to spare. If you lose connection before you deploy it, you're toast. Yeah. I mean, we could just put a passive one on there, because that will blow up if we deploy it on the way up. So I could unlock the passive one and it'll work. Actually, we can make this look cool. Yeah. Add top fins. That didn't really work too well for me last time. The other thing that I'm kind of worried about is guidance and control systems. You know, you can take 90% of the emitter off each of the Delta V. Yeah, of course, Smoke. I did that yesterday while you were here. Why would I add the mass back? I had this at like 20. Why would I add the mass back? I purposely put it back up to 200. Why would I do that? Hint. I didn't see that part. Oh, dude, I could. Yeah, no problem. I know you can do that, but check it out. I added it back so we can get a lower center of mass, so this will stabilize around the heat shield. Because the last couple of tests with the Marvin payload that we had here, it wanted to re-enter nose cone first, and that didn't really do what I wanted, right? I mean, it's always a trade-off, dude, but I will take the extra ablator mass here. It's 200 kilos, which we could probably find a happy medium at about 100, but I would prefer the vehicle to stabilize out here, you know? It's kind of a trade-off, which it always is, but the nose cone part isn't inherently heavy. Guys, it's only 30 kilograms. It's the probe core. The probe core is 50. And the service bay is 100. So, like, yeah, I mean, it should stabilize out that way, but it's okay. All good, man. Yeah, that's why I added it back. We could probably hit it at 100. 100 should be good for it to ballistically stabilize. I'm just worried about aero, but it's all right. Now, we had the thumper for the first stage, which is all fine and dandy, but, This is, I mean, it's just not enough Delta V. We need 3,500. So if we go here, sea level, we have 1179, and then switch the upper stage to vacuum, we have 1762. That's about 2,800. We're very short. How much of an upgrade was the Redstone over the V2? Pretty big upgrade, dude. Would a hammer work well as a second stage? Yeah, I mean, it could. I'd be a little worried about guidance and control because our spin stabilization would be coming from our spin stabilization is coming from aero. So as long as it doesn't dampen out the spin, we should be okay. And we can use the decoupler on the side to impart the right force here. Set it to 50, and that should get us to do a good gravity turn. What's stopping you from adding more fuel in the second stage? First stage, Delta V is really what's getting me right now. So, the Redstone rocket, guys, is basically okay, look. So the aggregate is the series of rockets, if you really want to know. That's what Von Braun called them. That's what I called them, because Von Braun's the guy that designed them. Everybody knows them colloquially as the V1, the V2. All right, he named the A4 the V2 rocket. Okay, that one right there, the A4. All right. Now, if you look at the A8, the aggregate series of rockets, Von Braun built scalability into the design because the guy was the highest of the highs of autism. Let's just leave it at that. I'm not sure if autistic or German. Maybe both. I'm kidding. It's very smart. He built scalability into the design. So he's able to scale up from the A1, the A2, to the A3, to the A4. Redstone is basically an A8. It's an aggregate 8, but, you know, we called it Redstone. The A10 is much more like a Jupiter or Juno design, but there had been a little bit of advances in guidance technology by the time von Braun got around to making something like this. So, you know, the fins get smaller, right? You don't need gigantic honking fins like this. Yeah, and a lot of mass-saving techniques in manufacturing, which is what von Braun was introduced to when he came over here. There's better ways to make the thing lighter, you know. But yeah, an A8 right there is basically a Redstone missile. Fun fact, if you look at the Soviet R3, maybe we can find it by looking at the R7. So everybody knows the R7, right? That's what Soyuz is. It comes from the R7 family of rockets, right? But not a lot of people know that Sergei Krikalev was working on other designs before that. The R7 didn't just come out of the vacuum. It was derived from the R5 and the R3. See, the R1 and the R2 right there, and then the R3 and the R5 are basically aggregate 8s as well. That's basically a Redstone missile. Because the Soviets, so, okay. In World War II, von Braun and all of his engineers fled their factory. Their factory was in what would become Eastern Germany, and then they were also using slave labor at Mittelwerk in an underground factory to make V2s. Not okay, but point is that all their factories and stuff, all their hardware, the launch site and everything was all, you know, there were other launch sites in France, but they got bombed. But the factories and stuff were in East Germany, right? And the Soviets were going to get it. So von Braun and all of his engineers fled west. They fled west and purposefully surrendered to the Allies. Von Braun specifically surrendered to the Americans. Like, he purposely went into Bavaria and surrendered over there because that's where the American front was. Now, von Braun took his designs and his engineering team, but the Soviets got the factory. They got all the factories, and they got the assembly line. They didn't get any of the engineers, though, and that's what makes Sergei Krikalev so ridiculously cool. Homeboy got an entire rocket factory of worth of like aggregate 4 parts, reverse engineered them, learned, adapted, understood, and made the R5, and then made the Semyorka after that. It was all him, dude. It was all Sergei Korolev. Unbelievable. Like, dude, think about it. You get handed a factory from the Soviet Politburo, and it has a bunch of A4s in it, and all of its transporter rector system, GSC, everything, and they said, figure it out or you die. Well, they weren't that straightforward, but you get the idea. Fact, do it. Love the history lesson. Thank you. Yeah, of course, man. I always intersplice history lessons in with Kerbal about the space program. But yes, that was Operation Paperclip Ponzister. But von Braun, agnostic of Project Paperclip. A lot of people don't know this. We didn't go and seek von Braun out. He surrendered to us. He purposely went and found Americans because he didn't trust the Soviets at all. Not many Germans did at that point in time. There was that whole Eastern Front thing. We'll say that that's not a high point in human history, and I think that would be grossly understating that, but, you know, for the sake of let's say like viewer discretion. We don't need to talk about what happened on the Eastern Front. It's pretty bad. A lot of people died, right? But for Sergei Korolev to go and take that design and then scale it into this is pretty damn impressive, right? But when the US got von Braun, we got a couple of V2 rockets that were in France and stuff, because the Germans did have a launch site in France, so they could launch further into England, right? But the British didn't like that, and they turned that into a crater. Well, actually, that's not the whole story. Hold on. The Germans didn't just build a missile launch site. They built an underground... They basically built a vault in... They built a vault in northern France. Like, when I say vault, I mean a vault like Fallout. And they built basically an entire launch complex, like in a hill on the coast. And when I say like an entire launch complex, I'm talking about something like, think like on par with like Slick 40 that Falcon 9 launches from. Put that into the ground. It's pretty impressive. Like, for the time, it's called the Dome. I'm trying to see if I can find a picture of it. Here we go, right off the wiki. Look at this thing. They built an entire integrate, transfer, and launch complex in a gigantic concrete reinforced bunker, and basically had the rockets roll down a tunnel, out the tunnel, right? And the launch pads were at the end of the tunnel. It's like I said, man, I ain't trying to glorify any Nazi, ideology or anything. They can get bent, frick them, right? But also 1940s. That's pretty friggin' good. Like, that's pretty impressive, I must say. I'm really happy we stole all of this. Like, that's really advanced for the mid 1940s. That's really good stuff. The English bombed the shit out of this thing, by the way. Yeah. The problem with putting your crawlerway going to a tunnel is that if you just put a bomb like right there, yeah, this your whole launch complex doesn't work anymore. Enter the missile silo. Yeah, and excuse my language. The Brits figured out what it was and said, no, we're not allowing that. Nope, we don't want that on our doorstep. Hell no. No, we're good. What is it that makes a silo safer? The ground is a really good shield for bombs. Just got back. What did the Brits now do? We're talking about late 1945, Big Pooh. How the Allies got the A4 rocket technology, and how we got all the engineers and some rockets. The Soviets got all the factories and most of the remaining A2 stockpile. This is a site in northern France called it's called the Dome, where the Germans, basically to put V2s on your doorstep, right, during World War II, they built an entire launch site into the side of a mountain, like an entire integration, transfer, and launch facility and payload processing area, payload being bombs, right? And then built a whole underground crawlerway to basically roll these things out on the coastline and launch them. The Brits didn't take too kindly to this, and when they figured out what it was, they were like, no, and bombed the snot out of it. Yeah. Pretty cool. The bombing part, that's pretty sweet. But it's pretty damn trick design for what it is. Like, guys, I'm not gonna lie to you. This is how missile silos are made. Control complexes for missile silos, they make them just like that. It's concrete dome. That's how Titan II missile silos were made. So, I'm just putting it out there. Like, Operation Nah, son. So that's where this and a couple of other launch sites in Western Europe is where the Allies got most of their V2 supply from. But the Soviets got the factory in Peenemünde, which was also bombed by the British, by the way. Yeah, the Germans had an entire space center on the northern coast of Germany. Not a lot of people know this. Like, when I say an entire launch site, I mean like something as big as Kennedy Space Center. It was huge. In Peenemünde. It's in northern Germany. See this coastline right here? Perfect for launching rockets. They were launching them out over the Baltics. You see all these paths and all this stuff? That's all their launch pads. There's like 30 of them. There you could still see the test sites. The berms for the test sites are still there. I mean, and then the factory was over here. Some of it is still around. Some of it was there. Most of the factory was right here. And note that that's an empty field now. Yeah, that's because the Brits, once again, figured out what this was and said, nah, mate, I don't think you should have that there. I don't like that. No, bomb it. Is this related to the mile-long barrel gun the Germans were going to build on the French coast? No, this is rockets, not guns. They were like, no, no, you're not doing that. I don't think you should do that, mate. That's probably not a good thing for you to do. We're going to stop you. It's not great. Yeah, they bombed the hell out of this place. But yeah, it seems to, you're noticing a pattern here. The second the Brits found something that they thought was vital to the Nazis, they said, bomb it. So did we, for what it's worth. The U.S. was like, yeah, we like doing that too. Yeah, we should do that. We should bomb things. Let's bomb it. Bomb it in the last bloody Tuesday, innit? Yeah, right. It's not really how you say that, mate, but whatever. Yeah, good stuff. There's a little bit of rocket history for you. So was the Redstone better? Yes. It was basically the A8 design, something analogous in function to the Soviet R3. Yeah, or R5. Pretty cool, huh? Hey, what are you poking my neck in the around your neck of the woods for? It's just zooming out, guys. Freaking show Denmark on the map, and half the Danish people are like, see? See? Yeah. Yeah, you enjoying your little island? That's nice. Or peninsula and partially island. Yeah. 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 Oh, yeah. Now zoom into the west. No, I'm going to zoom into the east now. Now what? Now what are you going to do? Boom. What are you going to do about that? You're going to do nothing. Actually, Copenhagen suborbitals is around here. If I'm remembering right, it's in one of these industrial sites. Yeah, you can bomb that part. We don't do that anymore, Bobber. We don't just, yeah, I mean, okay, all right, I was lying. We absolutely do, but we just don't tell everybody about it, you know what I'm saying? Really? No. No. I don't know what you're talking about, fellas. That had nothing to do with that. I do not recall these events as an American. You know, I speak for all Americans. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you mean. Nope. Nope. Anyway, so we have a second stage here, but guys, these have no thrust vector control systems on it, so we're going to have to come up with some passive systems here. I will still point out that the UK could have nuked the US twice. Hangman, I'm not sure what the context of that particular statement is, but I mean, you know, if you did that, like, your country would become the surface of the sun. Like, real fast. Like, I don't know why you'd do that. Like, that's probably not a good idea. Can we hear the British accent for the rest of the stream? No, mate. I don't want to anymore. Alright, anyway. Keep your nukes in your pants. Sorry, man. It's so freaking hard not to. It's like, you know, it's like all those war games exercises that you hear. You know, it's like, oh, in a war games exercise, you know, Sweden sank a U.S. carrier. Yeah, what they don't mention about those war game exercises is that the Swedes sunk one carrier, and the Swedes have no country to go back to. So, Sweden sank the carrier, and their country doesn't exist anymore. Like, that's the part that they don't, like, oh, do you see how good the Swedes are at their submarine? Yeah, all they have left is a submarine. That's the entire nation of Sweden. The context is U.S. home defense training using Falcon bombers as simulated high-altitude bombers was testing U.S. air defense. Nice. Cool. Anyway. Trouble with theory, it's mutual, there would be no US. Do you think Sweden has enough nukes to mutually assured destruct the United States? I don't think that's how that works, man. As a Norwegian, I approve of this message. Where is Sweden again? Northern Europe? Oh, man, now you guys got me want to play Hearts of Iron. But anyway, let's go. Let's go. We got to launch something. All right. So, 7,500 here. We have 150. This is a hammer upper stage. I'm really relying on our spin stabilizer system on the first stage to get us going here. I really don't think we have the Delta V to get this done. We have 1202, great number, on the first stage, and we have 1900 on the second. That's not enough. And even then, we really don't have a guidance system for our second stage. Now you should do a Sweden take over the world run. Right? You could have an East Coast if the US removed Sweden. Robalai, I have this theory that Norwegians secretly want to take over the entire world, but you guys just don't tell us about that. I have this theory. It's the same about the Dutch. You know, just you have maybe not the Dutch, but you have that that Viking, yeah, that Viking blood, yeah, you know, to just the desire to go loot and pillage the entire world, like. Just, I don't know, I get that vibe from a lot of Norwegians. The Dutch are going for an economic victory. No, we don't! Oh god, he knows. Run, run, run! Alright. It all started with the nutmeg, yeah. So, maybe we can get some high altitude science here. We need more. We need to unlock more science. So, yeah. The Finns just maintain the Great Ice Wall. Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. Guys, we just don't have the Delta V to make this. I'm not entirely sure how we're going to get this done. Yeah, that sounds right, Mayor. What are you trying to do? Well, we're trying to make orbit, but here's the problem. I kind of shoehorned myself into doing a particular type of science. We kind of started going down the damn airplane tree. And I was doing that thinking I could use the A200 from another save, and I can't. October 6th could be the first flight. The flight window opens on the 6th, Chimp. See, using solids to get up into space is all fine and dandy. You can do that. There are rockets that do that, but most of those rockets have some type of thrust vector control. Doing a space shot with non-thrust vector controlled rockets is insanely difficult. 3800 Delta V is technically enough for an orbit with a perfect descent. Yeah. There's Dot Chimp and CS Chimp. Yeah, there's two chimps. Maybe we should try doing the whole airplane thing. You don't have a method of doing a re-entry burn with the SRB upper stage, so could you ditch the parachutes and heat shield to lighten the payload? We could, Pashto, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Make an airplane SSTO. I don't think we're doing that, I don't think we're doing that, not the A200. Here, I can start swapping out parts for parts that we actually do have. This design is much too large. Yeah, Cats, we could go for it if you want. Can you get more science with an airplane? Well, with an airplane, we could go fly around into different biomes, into mountains and grasslands and stuff. And yeah, you could get some science that way. I'm not sure if we're going to get all the science that we need, but... What did I unlock here? Did we unlock the airplane parts? That's the one I really need. This is the one that has all the parts that I'm looking for. Hey, Wartaz, welcome back. Thinking. If we're going to put something on orbit, that solar panel might be useful, but we could probably get away with it with batteries. All right, you know what? Let's try for the shot. It's going to be difficult, but yeah, if we do this, we're not going to need that heat shield. We don't need that. And we're definitely not going to need parachutes. Right, we don't need chutes. And where does that give us? What does that give us for Delta V? So sea level is 1270. That's not bad for a first stage. Vacuum is giving us 2303. So 1270, that's basically 1300. Plus 23 is 3600. Man, if we nail like a perfect descent, we could probably do this. The ascent has to be, like, perfect. How you like career mode? Take it back. It gives you more purpose, Hip. Like when we're designing Wonton, which is a great rocket, and we'll probably go back to that at some point. When we were designing it, I was designing it, and then okay, we designed it. There's no missions that it could do. I wanted to get back into the groove of like having different objectives and different things to do to kind of get back into being able to build purposefully like what we need relatively fast. Like I can still build, but I build slow nowadays. I mean, during mission mode, we had that stuff dialed in. I could throw together something pretty nice pretty fast, but that's going to take some time to get right. Oh, the music is playing. I had to, I am realizing how rusty I am at Kerbal. I mean, dude, we haven't been a power user for Kerbal in like a year and a half, man. I'm out of practice. And this save is meant to fix that. Anyway. You know what? Let's try this. It's a very inexpensive rocket, 6,500, because we're using all solids. I'm not sure we're going to get where we're trying to go, but... Okay, ready? Good. Our first launch of the day. Ruan, what's up, man? T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That was supposed to do that. Don't worry. We're tipping over too much. Gravity's killing us. Yeet! Solid rocket retro propulsion. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. Do mission failures kill your cash? A little bit. It kills your rep in career mode more than anything. Hey, we got some science out of it. There you go, you little meat. Rob, you said you gotta head out, man? Alright. Good luck blasting. Yeah, we're probably gonna need that. If this is indicative of how the day is gonna go. Did something with the water physics change, or? Shouldn't the water be, like, absolutely obliterating this stuff? Like, did I miss something? You check your Discord. I already did. Yeah, Zypros, you could say it's the mod, but dude, in my other save with the mod installed, that would have obliterated the vehicle. Maybe it's some kind of setting or something, dude. Oh, okay, Rest. You replaced the water with trampolines. Let's try it with more thrust. All right, ready? This is with the thrust limiter on the thumper cranked to 11. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oops. That gave us the TWR that we wanted. I'm just worried we're going a little bit too fast here. Wait till we get a little bit higher in the atmosphere before we stage. Ready? That might gravity turn in the direction that we want. It's possible. This is fine. I have a Reliant engine unlocked, J-Speed. I'm just not sure if the LVT-45 is going to get us what we're looking for, man. Need some sort of fins to stabilize it. Yeah. Hey, Astra. And spinning is a good trick. Yeah, you're not wrong. Hey. Yeah, we're just coasting. Binala. Yeah, we recover it, we get some good data, but yeah. We can just time warp. Now, normally, time like that, it's not how that works. You need some type of stabilizer system. I'll be very surprised if this thing makes it. I have heat shields and parachutes, Cyphers. I took them off going for an orbital attempt. How's your day going? It's going just fine. Orbit with SRB seems really hard. I only have an LVT-45 hip, and it's not really the best vacuum engine around. I'll be very surprised if we stop before the water. Clouds. That's what I was expecting to happen. What is your opinion on Dino Nuggies? Dino Nuggies are fine. I had some Dino Nuggies the other day, dude. Did we get the trunk pan in? I have been making sure everything is aligned, Smoke, before I put it in. I did some good alignment this morning. Not really stream worthy, it's just sitting there making sure everything is lined up. But yeah. It's pretty good, it's not bad. I mean, we could try to do this. It's not. I just seriously don't think this is going to give us the Delta V. 2026. Maybe. Let's try it. Let me get the decoupler here again and then set it to max force. Get this thing to pitch over. See if it fixes it. I just need to get this thing kind of on the way to doing a gravity turn. Why not just add an extra tank? There's these things called physics that make it increasingly difficult. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeet. It's Kerbal constructs, Tornik. Come on, baby. All right, we're gonna have to coast for a little bit. I want to get higher up in the atmosphere so when we stage, the thing doesn't want to flip out. Good enough. Man, that spinning is really making this kind of difficult. I was so focused on flying the stupid thing. 312 by 378. That's enough. We could get into space that way. Yeah, we could do this. It's just the spinning makes it a little bit difficult to control. It's cheaty, but you can time warp. Yeah. Yeah. Eh. Yeah, that's not gonna get us anything. You make rocket engineering look hard. It's not the gimbal engine. Yes, it is. Have you unlocked RCS? Nope. I'm worried I soft-locked myself. We might have to make an airplane, dude. Either that or make a liquid fuel first stage, but I'm not really sure I have the parts to do it. What happens if you don't spin the rocket? There's no way to control what direction it... Well... Could get rid of the spin if you really wanted to. I mean... Hey.
Oh, this is space.
You want to give the sub to Tornik. Spasiba. Thanks, man. We might be shallow enough that this might work. No chutes. Nope. We might be able to use the fuel tanks and the engine as an ablative heat shield. It might slow us down. It's possible. Either that or we're about to hit the wall, hit the water going like Mach 4. You know, could be one or the other. Yeah, the problem with that is that deleting the rocket engine made the probe core the head of the vehicle. Yeah. Maybe this will work. Like, maybe. Yeah, Mach 4 isn't too bad. Mach 5 is what gets you. Actually, we've slowed down a lot. That's, if this survives, we're going to get some pretty good science out of it. That's pretty neat. And I seem to have gotten a... Oh, that's the Weasley. World first milestone. We've broken an ocean depth record of 10 meters. All right. Open the doors. That might help. I have no control over this thing, dude. Come on. Survive! Sick. Oh, I will take that. I'll take that science. Thank you very much. Yeah, why is it doing that? I have no idea, dude. That shouldn't be doing that. It's got to be a setting or something. He's got 27 science out of it. Sweet. Can that get us anything? Nope. No, not really. If we could get the Terrier engine then and the bigger tank, we'd be good. 10 out of 10. And a 9.0 from the Russian judge. Dude, I gotta check settings. Is there anything about like water physics in here that I missed? It's gotta be that impact damage multiplier, dude. It's gotta be it. That's building impact damage. Okay. No, I don't know, dude. Must be just something with the Stayputnik. Maybe its spherical shape helps pierce the water in a way that protects things or something. I don't know, man. But that got us some decent science there. That's pretty good. Like I said, I don't think it's enough to unlock anything. No. All right. All right, let's get rid of the spinny fins. Just make them fins. Just make them nice fins. Very good. So I was spinning the thing to gyro stabilize it, but we might not need it. Who knows? All right, let's try this again. We're gonna go for orbit. T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go! I'm using the decoupler to kind of nudge it in one direction. Yeah, that's a little quick. That's a little fast for this altitude. But, you know, the nose cone is dealing with it. This is fine. It's fine. All right, we got to coast for a second. Okay, ready? Come on, baby. Here we go. Stay there. Stay there. Gonna be so close.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Didn't get it.
I just found out there's an actual clinical name for what you call it when you can't sleep at night and you just eat instead. It's called insomnomnomnomia.
It's Turbo. That was awful. Why not coast to AP? And I was trying to smooth it out, but it's alright. We could do that. I was allergic to that joke, yeah. True. We were super close that time, dudes. If I didn't burn so radial in, we would have been okay. But, yeah, it's just that weird trajectory from the SRB. I don't think this is going to get us any particular science, so... Let's just let it re-enter. Yeah, if we can just get the SRB to tip over a little bit more. Do you get any special sciences if you land on the pyramids or at KSC 2? I do believe so, yes. Yeah, that second stage trajectory was not the best, dudes. Another decoupler to steer the thing. We can try it with 2. How many parts do I have left over? Let's do 7. Alright, let's keep going. I was thinking maybe do a liquid fuel stage, but I don't think we have enough parts for all the tanks. Alright, ready? T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, that might be it. That might be it. Come on, stabilize out. Yeah, yeah. I love it. We're using decouplers to just push the thing to the side. That's good, man. That's a good pitch kick. That's really nice. We're still going a little too fast for this altitude, but that's okay. I mean, this looks like a sprint missile going up. The other one is still deorbiting. Whoops. Alright, let her coast. Let us cabbage. above 70. 1,000. Dude, it's close. It's close. We could do this. Let's just wait till we get up a little bit higher. The most efficient time to do this would be right here. You accepted any contracts? Pigeon, you saw me complete contracts yesterday, man. Yeah, of course I've accepted contracts. Right now, my contract is get to orbit. I'm just worried about signal. Double as you a bit worried? Just fire the engine when we're pointed in the right direction. It'll stabilize out. Actually, something I'd be kind of hype on is persistent rotation. That would be pretty sick. That's still a mod, isn't it? Okay, that's good enough. Ready? Reignite. Gonna be close. Didn't get it. Super close though. Oh man. I let the AP go too high, dudes. Okay. If we kept the AP lower, we would have gotten it. We used too much of our Delta V to go up and not enough to go fast. Stop aiming for 100. I'm really not. Really not, dudes. I'm just trying to fly the thing. I have no stability. It's just me inputting. It's the EJ guidance system, man. Okay, I'm gonna make some changes here. News from NASA. NASA and Sierra Space are unwinding part of their Dream Chaser agreement. It now seems possible the spacecraft never visits the ISS. Sierra Space, dude. That's great. I'd have to look into that more, but... Sierra doesn't have the spacesuits contract. They got a big old defense contract, and ever since then, they just put Dream Chaser on the back burner because they suck. No, no, I don't know. I can't speak to it, dude. We'd have to go see. I'd have to go read. Apparently they will do a free fly mission in 26 and maybe a cargo mission to the ISS later. Late 26. Whatever. Whatever, dude. Whatever. What are they doing? I don't... Probably saw the same thing as Rocket Lab. It's not currently profitable to make a human ferry. 1, Sierra Space isn't publicly traded, John. 2, they are getting paid by NASA to send it to the space station. So, it doesn't matter if it's not profitable. NASA's paying you to do that, and you're not doing it. That's what's making me annoyed. Yeah, he'll just whatever. But why didn't Scatterer do it in my other saves? Alright, let's go again. Yeah, Snarfer, I know, it sucks. If NASA's paying you, doesn't that make it profitable? That's what I'm saying. Profitability doesn't matter. You signed a contract to the US taxpayers. How about you follow through with what you said you were going to do? Like, that's kind of, you know, that's neat when that happens. I really appreciate that. That's something that gets lost in the aerospace industry, with the exception of SpaceX nowadays. We don't need a hot stage STX. We got wings. Ready? All right, T-minus 10, 9. I've added a kick stage in here. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're tilting a little much this time, but we've stabilized. Oops. Did I just see? This is what I mean about being rusty. Check your stage in full. Alright, let's just pretend that flight didn't happen. Just pretend, you know, between friends as a treat. That's why you were asking. Yeah. Sorry, I was too busy being annoyed about Dream Chaser. We've had an anomaly? We gotta secure the area. Yeah. Yeah, how about you decouple it first, idiot? Well, really? An experiment? That's a shame. That trajectory could have been useful. I'm going to tone the force percentage down to 75 on both of these things. Actually, you know what? Let's just do the same thing again. We didn't know if that's going to work for sure. So let me just check the staging. Okay, first stage ignition, SEP, guidance system. Yeah, we should hot stage it, dude. Okay, let's roll. With the forward fins, it looks like a Tomahawk. It's just passive stabilization, dude. I do believe in making, like, stuff like this is, like, look, we almost got this to orbit. This has no SAS. There's no SAS, there's no heading control, there's nothing. It almost flies itself into space, which is pretty cool. All right, ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom! Yeah. Yeah, like before, it's grav turning a little bit too hard, but we go. Yeah, spacebar was sticky. Yeah, that's why that other launch didn't work. I don't like that rate. 0.6 second radian. So the problem is we're going to go to do this, right? We're going to go to fire this engine. And I highly doubt we're going to stay stable because we're so low. All right, cool. Abandon that flight. Yeah, we pitched over too much. That's all. So adjusting that decoupler separation was probably what we should have done. To be clear, you have zero control authority during the ascent phase. Pretty much. You know what? I'm going to go back to a single decoupler at 100% because the rocket is taller this time. All right, let's do this. Come on, Marvin. Many Marvins have been sacrificed to bring us this information for how to get into orbit correctly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go! See, that's not enough, but at least we can make this work. Actually, that actually might be pretty damn good. No, Marvin is the probe core. That's our name for him. All right, stand by for staging. Good. Got a good stage. That's actually a pretty good gravity turn. This is actually great. $30 seconds left on the burn. 10 seconds to burn out. I'm gonna coast for a second. Engine start, throttling. We got this. We got it. This is the one, dudes. Let us host for a second. We're above 70. Wait for vehicle realignment.
I could do that if I felt like it.
Okay, relight. Got it. 183 by 75. That's not ideal. But we got it. All right, deorbit it. Cool. Excellent. Great mission.
Oh, this is space.
I'm in space. Nice. We got it. Not bad, dudes. Not bad. The reason why I deorbited is because I don't want debris up there. It made it, but it's going to run out of batteries. So, no thank you. We have 39.9 science from that. Didn't really get enough. This is the first time you got to orbit with an unguided rocket? Yeah, pretty much, dude. There's no way that engine would have relit with the stage tumbling like that, dude, unless we had some type of, like, ullage pressure-fed system. But, whatever. They don't know that. Our exploration of Kerbal is going to plan. We must continue to unravel the mysteries. Return to Kerbal from orbit. Oh, I should have left it up there. It's going to give us some science, so we can take that contract. I don't think it's not on orbit, dude. It's not going to register the orbit. We got to orbit, Rob. Yeah, we did it. Okay, let's do it again. Oops. I hit the go fast button. It's fine. Yeah, pretty much unguided. I mean, I was steering it. I was steering the damn thing, but yeah. Like 2/3 of the ascent was just based off of that decoupler. No SAS needed. We don't need to do that. It's fine. Got 170. What we really need this. We need the solar panel and the Octo. The Octo will help us with heading hold, but I also really want the Terrier. We just need to get 6 more science to do, well, 5.1 more science to do that right. Have you unlocked any airplane parts? I got a couple, yeah. Yeah, we gotta go get all those biomes. Have you done the KSP buggy tour? Yeah, I got everything that I think I needed. I got as much as I could, but we don't have any of the upgraded buildings. So have you gotten LEO science? You could do crewed suborbital for those. I've gotten LEO science, but not with the crew, not with the Kerbal, not like a crew report with the Kerbal. Go to the Arctic, 3 biomes there. I wanted to make a plane and go fly around and go find the Cove site and stuff, dudes. I'm trying to think, like, we could always roll the Lizard all the way over to the Highlands. That's a little ways away, though. We'd have to fly, like, it'd be better to just fly out there. Hey, Gib, what's going on? Because if we get 45 science, then we could use the Terrier upper stage and have much better control over going up into space and stuff. And then we can get bigger tanks, too. I don't understand what's going on. Can't get past the second tutorial. Stuff never opens and it always crashes. What always crashes, Pat? Or the Desert Space Center. Well, that's why I wanted the A200. All right, we could. I could try to build one, fellas. Let's try to build a science exploration plane. Loving the new career. Thanks, Juicy. Thanks, man. All right, so to build a nice plane, we can go with a tried and tested. The reason why I put the service bay in here is to put scientific equipment in. Let's give the plane some batteries, right? A couple sets of batteries should be fine. The motors, when they're working, will charge them all up. And then we need the mystery goo. Barometer. Thermometer. There we go. That'll work. All right, so let's think about this. How are we going to design this bad boy? Are we making a citation now? Yeah. So with a plane, you generally want your center of lift to be more or less aligned with your center of mass like that. More or less. I mean, there's caveats to it, but depending on where your engine placement is, you kind of want it to be a little bit below and a little bit behind. Tricycle landing gear. I like tricycle landing gear. I don't like tail draggers. Tail draggers annoy me. They're hard to fly and they suck. Now, another thing to take into account is that I need my fuel tank. I would ideally like my fuel tank to be dead center on our center of mass. So we would want our fuel tank to be like right there. But obviously that's not going to work. Obviously. So let's start moving stuff around a little bit. Let me detach the wings and detach my motors for a second. Let me detach the Science Junior, and maybe we put the Science Junior on the back side of the plane. I like to... There is a tilted up nose cone like this, but yeah, I mean... See, like, this is what I'm talking about. I want my center of mass and to be, like, right... want it to be basically lined up here. His wings are awfully tiny. Those are locked out. I like using the fan shrouds as an engine shroud, but we don't have them unlocked. Does it matter if your center of lift is above or below the center of mass? So there's these yes and no. It really depends. It depends on how you want the plane to fly. We could also do in-wing design, like an old Mosquito. Wouldn't be that. I wouldn't be too unhappy with that. No. No, I don't want that. So there's it kind of depends. It depends on what type of plane you're making. If you can have your center of lift over center of mass, it's absolutely a thing. If you're going to do that though, if you're going to do something like this, you got to take into account that your center of thrust, right? Your center of thrust is now above your center of mass. So throttling the plane is going to make it want to go down. Now, what you could do is put this in a position where you could line up. So, like, let's say we wanted underslung like that, right? And we wanted this all lined up. That's fine. That's perfect. Now, throttling your engines coupled with your center lift is going to make your plane want to go up. See, because the lift that the wings are making are pushing that way. The thrust is basically pushing just a little bit above the center of mass, but it's more or less aligned. This will work. It'll be fine. Now you got to think about other things though, like where's your landing gear and stuff. So like there are plane designs that do this. This is, an underslung wing with a overhead wing like that is what you'd find on like a cargo plane, like a C-17. That's a 27. A C-17 or a C-5 they have that thing going on. The reason why they have that thing going on is because of the cargo hold. Right? With this kind of design, right, you could put whatever you want in there in the cargo hold, and as long as it's balanced on the center of mass of the plane, the C-17 can move whatever it wants. You can put whatever you want in there. C-130 and a C-5 all do the same thing. Same idea. Right? And having the cargo bay underneath the wings or having the wings on top of the fuselage makes it easier to load cargo. Because it'd be harder to load cargo if the wings were down, because then the plane would have to be higher. Right? That's why most cargo aircraft, like, see that one's a little bit harder to load because you have a wing. You have wings down there. Pain in the butt. A 141, the predecessor of the C-17, C-141s, they do that. Same idea. C-5, same thing. Even foreign cargo planes like an Antonov 124 or an Antonov 225, they all do that. See, same idea. It's the same thing. That an overhead wing is good for cargo. That's not to say that there isn't variants of like a 747 that are a cargo, that have an underslung wing that are good for cargo. In fact, the last 747 to roll off this assembly line from Boeing in 2023 was a 747-8F. So it was a 748F, if you kind of enunciate it. It was one of these things, right? But it was the cargo conversion with the nose cone that can open up, right? There's even the LCF over here, the 744 LCF, that's the Dreamliner. That's designed to move all kinds of good stuff. But 74-8s are beautiful. Look at that damn airplane, man. Just, I love that thing. It's been my favorite airplane since I figured out that somebody decided to make a 2-decker plane. When I was like 7, I was like, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen. Okay. See, that is more along the lines of the last 747 that was made. It's a 748F is what it's called. Now that's November 747 Echo X-ray. That's like the prototype. LCF is Boeing's answer to the Beluga. I'm pretty sure the LCF was around before that, but the LCF is not even, they don't sell that as a cargo plane option. The LCF is to move 787 fuselages around, guys. That's what that plane was made for. It's just operated by Boeing. But yeah, so where your wing is and where your engines are and everything kind of really depends on what you're trying to do. Yeah. You could see a C5 here eating a Chinook, wounded Chinook. Found it in the wild and it's currently eating it. You know. So it really depends. Now with this type of plane, you know what, dudes? I'm thinking we go for the most simple design. So what is the most common thing? Because we're not moving any cargo around here. Underslung wings like this for jet engines is pretty good. Now, this is kind of the configuration that you'd see with like a 737 or a 747 or an A320 or an A3 whatever. Right? You have your center of mass, you have your center of lift just behind your center of mass, and your engines are underneath the wings. The idea is that with this configuration, your throttling the plane can control the pitch. You can control the plane. Like if you throttle the engines, it's going to want to nose up more. Right? The idea, you use some of the thrust from the jet engines and some of the wing to make lift, and most of the wing to make lift. That's a good design. It works. Works just fine. But see, with this configuration that we have here, we got a little bit of a problem. Remember, the fuel. Fuel has to be, I want my center of mass to be right there. So when we drain the fuel, the center of mass doesn't move. Because if you have a fuel tank up at the front of an airplane and you're draining fuel from it, your center of mass is moving. And if your center of mass is moving relative to the center of lift, your plane is going to handle like dookie on an empty tank of gas. You never want to do that. Now, that's not to say that there aren't some planes that move fuel around as ballast. Not a lot of people know that a 747, we were just looking at one, 747 has a big old fuel tank in the back. There's a huge fuel tank back there. The 747 actually has four. It has 4 fuel tanks. There's one in the center, underneath, between the wings. There's one in each wing. Those are your main fuel tanks. One in the center, and then one in the back. The reason why they have a fuel tank back there is to potentially balance out a load if you need to. So if if you have a lot of luggage in the front or a lot of luggage in the back, you can use the fuel back there to trim out the load. So like if you're moving type of cargo around like that, you can trim it out. I mean, that's basically the job of a flight engineer on older planes, but I digress. The back fuel tank also feeds the APU. Yep. Mm-hmm. Hello. Yeah, baby. But yeah, 747s are trick, man. It's such a good design. They should have never stopped making those. It's a shame that they stopped. They're amazing. It really is a crazy plane. That was the starship of its time, guys. I don't want to talk about it, Baron. You've done that with a Black Hawk Ruin? That's awesome. So yeah, now we got to think about this because we're going to have to do a balancing act, dudes. What I'm thinking is let's pull up center lift, center thrust. You know what? We can get more wing if we use these. So we'll go for a straight wing. Kerbal doesn't really understand the difference between a swept wing and a straight wing just because of its non-dimensional aerodynamic computations, guys, but this is fine. It'll work. This is more wing. It just understands more wing or less wing and where is wing relative to center of mass. They're an easy way to tell how much wing is enough. So if you right click on a wing, you can get relative area. I mean, I suppose, like, I have something called Kerbal Wind Tunnel, guys. It's a mod. Kerbal Wind Tunnel could help you with that. It'll show you how much, like your flight envelope will show you how much lift they're going to make. Just wing it. Yeah, right. Yeah, Roboli, 747s are monstrous. In terms of the stock game, dude, just make it look right. That's my best. Like, for a beginner player, make it look right. You know, obviously this thing's not going to fly like that. You're not getting anywhere with that. This looks right. Yeah, Goose, that's good enough. Yeah, it's crude, guys. I do not, or we could make a drone. We do have probe cores. Just saying. Not a bad idea. You don't have a comms network up yet. Yeah, that's a good point. Generally, you don't really have engines like way out on the wings like that. Don't like that. Trying to see what parts I have. Go Honda Jet style. Yeah. How much mass is that damn tail cone? It's only 200 kilos. Engines in the back will help your center of mass issue. Yeah, for sure.
Ah.
Missing landing gear? Yeah, of course. Okay. I hate it. I hate it a lot. I just want my A200, damn it. That throws everything out of whack. Hey, Chief. What's up, dude? So bad. Dude. Just... V-tail it, but V-tails, I'm not a fan. So we can kind of see what this thing does when it rotates. That's where our center of mass and center of thrust and everything is going to be. If we push this back here a little ways, right, and then start putzing around with the center of lift, we're getting better. Don't forget the control surfaces on your wings. Yeah, I'm getting to it, man. $15.3. Done. 15.1, and then if I take those and I angle them up just a little bit. Oh, come on. That's fine. Hey. So right now what I'm doing here is adjusting the angle of incidence on my horizontal stabilizers. Basically setting where I want them to be in their default position. Variable AOI is something that a lot of different planes can do. A320s can do it, 737s can do it. It helps you kind of trim out the plane a little bit, so to speak. Another thing I'm worried about, how far can we tilt this thing back before it becomes an issue? Okay, 15 degrees. That should be okay. The problem is we're at 30 parts now, and I need ailerons. Do you have the money for the first SPH upgrade? I don't think so. Taking the batteries out of the design. This has electrical charge on it, guys. That's why. Also, make sure that you get rid of the monoprop on here. That cockpit comes with monopropellant in it for some stupid reason. I don't know why they would do that. And also, it has wheel authority, which is there's no gyroscopes for moment control on an airplane. That's really not how that works. This plane is going to go and fly around for science. I don't even understand the mass use of gyros. Is that like mainly they are used for avionics? Yeah, gyroscopic. They're used for gyroscopic navigation. So early inertial measuring units were using gyroscopic stabilization. Okay. Are dedicated flaps worth it in KSP if part number isn't an issue? Flaps can help for sure. Yeah, I don't have any here in this design though. I don't have the parts to do it. But yes, generally, you're gonna need a lot of thrust though. Just like a real flap, you got to throttle those engines. So when you put the flaps down on your wings, you're using the throttle of the engines to control your pitch, and that's how planes kind of land the way that they do. We are not doing that here. I don't have flaps, but it's okay. All right. I'm going to put Val in there. Hopefully we don't. Just adjusting how my center of thrust affects the vehicle there. There we go. NASA's coming back to SpaceX to request 5 more resupply missions. Could not live with your failure. He has a chute, just get it in the air. Alright, well there's some stuff we have to do here, guys. Yeah, I know. NASA's becoming very SpaceX dependent. Nothing against SpaceX, but it's risky. Yeah. Putting all your eggs in the commercial basket despite redundant dissimilar architecture was a stupid idea. I said that 10 freaking years ago, man. And I love SpaceX. NASA needs their own ways to get to the space station, man. You know, you could say whatever you want about Ares 1, but how short-sighted, dude, how short-sighted was that decision? All right. Let's get this plane out there and just taxi it around. Let's see how she goes down the runway. Is it true that Dream Chaser is doomed? No. Oh, I didn't even configure my control surfaces. You know what? Gotta put fuel in the plane first, moron. Okay, we're good.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Yeah, Baron, I'm kind of... Yeah. They're... Whatever. Whatever, dude. Like, that's how you're gonna be. Alright, let's configure out our control surfaces. We don't want a lot of yaw control. Start with 5 control authority.
Discovery,
That
go and
one,
throttle
these
up.
are your elevators. They're used for pitch. These ones are used for roll authority, but you don't want a lot. You don't need a lot of aileron deflection here to make this work. That's fine. Okay. Uno Tracy, 16-month resub. Arcaden, 15-month resub. Thank you. I'm gonna go into the wind tunnel because we have it. Okay. Good. That's what I want. I want it at 5 degrees. When we pitch up, the wings are gonna lift us. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Real talk, do you still have faith in NASA? Because I'm starting to lose faith. Bro, you're like 19, dude. Don't worry. You shouldn't lose faith right now. You'll have plenty of time to lose faith when they inevitably disappoint you in 20 years. Graham, I've been calling this out since you were just a youngin', man. I'm not trying to say we told you so, dude. I've been saying that leadership at NASA, because they really haven't had a set-driven goal, is screwing them. It's been this way since 2010, man. Why, dude, I used to go on epic rants about how canceling Constellation was the stupidest thing that NASA could have done. Yeah, canceling Constellation, long story short, Graham, canceling it and getting rid of Ares 1 and getting rid of Ares 5 and getting rid of our long-term vision for goals, did just that. Got rid of our long-term vision. And trying to even insinuate that a commercial option somehow is supplemental to, like, Commercial Crew is somehow supplemental to Ares 1, like Falcon 9 and Dragon is supplemental to Ares 1 is stupid, because they're two different vehicles and they do two different things and they're designed to do two different things. Ares 1 was part of a much bigger Martian and lunar exploration architecture. Without it, you're shooting yourself in the foot, and you get a constrained architecture where you have to put a crewed vehicle on a super heavy launch vehicle. Whoops. Canceling Constellation was the second stupidest thing that NASA has ever done. The first one was getting rid of Apollo. Yep. Do you think they'll make launch? Yeah, I don't have any qualms about Artemis 2. I think Artemis 2 will be fine, dude. Sure. Let's fly this bad boy. Let's see how confident EJ is in his design. Graham, this is why I've been saying the architecture needs to be refactored. It needs to be completely refactored. It's terrible. It is terrible, and it facilitates stagnation. Which is not great, dude. Okay, control surfaces are working. Engines are on. Let's configure the brakes. I want lower rear brakes, and I want more front brake. Not by much, though. Let's just send this thing down the runway. That's good. I like that. It has ailerons, but we don't have any flaps, guys. I just want to make sure our brakes are configured, because sometimes your brakes will basically insta-stop you in KSP because PhysX suspension, and the plane can flip over. I just want to make sure our brakes are configured correctly. Basically, our brake bias towards the front wheel. Also, what I like to do when we test out planes is I like to look and check the wheel stresses. If your wheel stresses are up and your plane starts skitching around on the ground, it means you need more wheel. You need bigger landing gear, or you need more landing gear. Now this is, I'm not going to lie to you, this is going to be a little bit tricky. It's going to be a little bit tricky landing this thing. We're going to have to rely on angle of incidence to basically use the wings as flaps. Now, that is somewhat like an F-104, and I don't like that, but... if I don't like it, we fly the plane to altitude, and Val bails out. She has a parachute, right? Yep, she has a chute. All right, so let's discuss our flight plan here. Where are we doing? Where are we going? What are we doing? Well, this is going to be an evaluation flight. So I'd say let's fly straight out, turn south heading 180, fly around the island here, over the island runway, and then we turn northwest heading 315. Back over towards KSC, turn left here, 270, circle around and land. If we have, basically when we get back to KSC, if we have the fuel, we'll take a little excursion out to the mountains and then turn around. I'm pretty sure we have the fuel to get it done, but it's good to kind of plan the flight out in your head. All right, here we go. I set angle of incidence to 5 degrees. Positive pitching moment. Okay, V1, rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Okay. Okay, let's see if we can just trim it out. If you hold left Alt and WAS and D, you can trim. You can basically turn your control surfaces into a trim tab. Our rates are still giving us a slight negative pitch moment.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
There we go. That gives us a slightly positive pitch moment. And now we're good. Val, how are you doing? She's doing just fine. Mundane Tiger, 9-month resub. Thank you. Okay, crew report from out here. Crew report while flying over Kerbin's water. From this perspective, you can see the underwater topology. Okay, we are going a little fast. We can throttle back. All right, we're going to level off here. Dial in a little bit of trim there. Perfect. Just a little bit more. Excellent. All right, plane's handling quite good. Remember, use the trim, and then, guys, if you go into the cheat menu, so you hit Alt F12, go into Physics, click on Arrow, and display the Arrow UI. This will show what's called rates right here. See, pitch, heading, and roll. That's really, really important. The rates there are, so that's yaw, pitch, and roll. The rates will tell you, they'll tell you basically if your craft is rotating in one direction or another. Now, where that comes into good applications with planes here is right here. Your degrees a second radian rate right there. It's 0.09, which means it's, and the number's positive, which means my plane slightly has a what's called a positive pitching moment. It's slightly going nose up, just a little bit, just a teeny weeny bit. If you have the Arrow UI out and if I hold left Alt and set the trim and we go down a little bit, if I can get that number closer to 0, right? That means we're flying nice and level. See? Just trim it out. Okay. She's trimmed out. Real nice. Plane's real stable, really responsive. Let's turn right, heading 180, as discussed. Okay, Aqualux, I got you. See this? I don't like that. We have a little bit too much control authority on our elevators. I'm gonna limit my elevator authority like 10, and that should smooth it out. All right, let's dial it back a little bit. Specific heading is over there. So pitch, heading, and roll. And then Mach is below it. Estimated airspeed, terminal velocity, dynamic pressure, static pressure. This is super useful for helping to... It's like having a telemetry readout for a test flight. Do you know what gain scheduling is? No. Now this is where some speed brakes would really do us right, but... we are going a little bit fast for this altitude. Yeah, those numbers are hard for you guys to read because of the 4K monitor. I have no way of scaling that. Fellas, I'm going to modify our flight plan just a little bit. I'm just going to go circle around here. And I'm going to see if it gives us any science points or anything, or rep for getting at that island runway. UI scale does not affect the Aero UI window, which is quite annoying. I have a Logitech Extreme 3D Pro. Bank angle. Bank angle. Bank angle. The kangle. Yeah, it gave us the discovery for it, but we didn't really give us much. Alright, let's turn around and head back towards KSC. Are you gonna try the XB1 when it drops on Flight Sim? Maybe. See last. I'm kind of busy flying the plane right now, dudes. Remember, there's no revert here. If it crashes, it crashes.
Discovery.
I'm working on it, Smithers. Fizz warp stability? I don't do fizz warp, man. Fizz warp mem leaks the game. Not about that life, man. There's the moon and Minmus. But see how I'm very careful? I'm not trying to do anything fancy. We're not flying a fighter jet. I mean, not yet at least. I think this mod actually addresses the UI scaling problem. Oh, okay. I'll keep it open for later. You got a ton of fuel, you could go discover the Cove site. Yeah. I can fly by surprises. Be careful. See, SAS is basically doing that, dude. See? You can fly. Here, let's see what that does. Nope, nothing. Let's throttle up and ascend up to 30,000 feet. Or 10,000 feet should be fine. You could do it, Aqualex, or we could code it. Would it make a difference if you put the engines on the wings? It would... Putting them forward, Chief, is going to move my center of mass too far forward. That's why I moved them back. I wanted to put them under the wings or something, but... Nah. Okay, we're up to 10,000 feet. Give or take, a little bit above 10,000. Went a little fast. This is just my own design, fellas. Okay, turn right, heading 360. Bank angle. So the problem is, here, we could affect materials over the mountains. Nope. Didn't like it. I can't store the damn crew report, but... Temp scan over the mountains, very good. I let it go a little bit more, Jackal, on purpose. I don't have any way to store the experiments, dudes, that's the problem. So we'll just keep the experiments that we have. Yeah, we'd have to land. So, you could transmit it, sure, if you wanted to, but that always gets you, that doesn't get you the full science value. Echo Juliet 564, you're leaving my airspace. Contact Kerbal Center on 125.35. Bravo, Reedy. This is Echo Juliet 564. Roger, contacting Kerbal Center on 125.35. You know how nice this plane flies? Taking the time to just mess with it in the SPH and just get everything where it needs to go and just figuring out. I mean, that and I have tons of experience making planes in Kerbal. Let's see. Nice. Easy to fly. It's not the nicest looking plane that we've made, but it'll do the job. All right, so what I want to do now is test approach with the plane, just to see what makes it nice and happy. We don't have flaps, so we're gonna have to rely on our elevators, the deflection of our elevators to keep the nose up. So we'll do a low-speed flyby at altitude here to see where this likes to end up. So where this really wants to end up to get a good descent rate. Yeah, we're still going really fast. We have to get below 100 meters a second. 100 meters a second is 194 knots. Woof. Deploy the gear. Sure. What I'm trying to do is put the plane into position where we can nose it up and have a slight descent. Basically go like this. That is the key to getting a good approach here. Just seeing what the throttle likes. Where do we like throttling to kind of stay on a nice glide slope here? You know, can we descend with the nose up? We're 3 degrees up right now. Now we're 10 degrees up. Pretty good, man. I'm not, because, Grim, I don't want to introduce a failure mode. I'm trying to test the plane. So in this design, our elevators are also kind of doing the job of our flaps because of variable angle of incidence. What's the stall speed? I wouldn't go below 50 based off of what I've seen here. But it's unknown. I've tested as low as 50. A good approach. Nice. .2 2.5 in climbing descent. There we go. That's actually good. So, third hash on the throttle with this thing around 5 degrees will get you exactly what you're looking for. Cycle the brakes, and let's turn around. So basically, guys, what I'm doing is I'm testing how this plane likes to approach the runway right now. You can do the same approach here at 10,000 feet. Yeah, you're not getting that much atmospheric fall off. So basically, it'll act pretty similar to doing an approach over the runway. It's pretty similar. The thing is I don't want to go and try and land this and have any surprises. So, what I'm going to do now is we'll do a touch and go here, and we'll check it. If there's anything during this approach that I see that I don't like, we're going to we'll go around. Remember, we got one soul on board. We can't screw this up. If we crash, we crash. That's it. gentlemen, captains, turn on fasten seatbelt, sign up begin our final descent into the Kerbal Space Center area. Just sit back, relax, remain comfortably seated with the seatbelt fastened and train through upright and locked position. I'll have you on the ground here as soon as possible. In-flight crew, prepare for arrival. Boom, boom. We're a little high. We gotta go down a little bit. So, what I'm doing here, you shouldn't do. The key to a good landing is a good approach, and my approach is terrible right now. We were too high when we entered final. You shouldn't do this. This is not. It's not good flying. Yeah, I don't like this. All right, now we're lined up for the approach. But yeah, that was a terrible approach on my part. Ooh. Oh boy. That's what I mean. If I didn't throttle it, if I waited a second to throttle that, we would have crashed. We would have crashed badly. We'll go around. That's what I was doing, Metric, but my approach was so horribly bad that none of that could be taught correctly. I'll do it again on another approach here. We gotta reset our trim. Yeah, like I said, I should have gone around, but I sent it anyway. But you shouldn't do that. That was a bad approach. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Captain speaking. We've gone around. There was a sheep in the runway. We had to, I'll have you on the ground here soon. Echo Juliet 154, cleared for 90 off to Roger Tower. This is Echo Juliet 154, cleared 90 for the option. Hate how it digs that front gear right at touchdown, but you see how it bonked it? That shouldn't have done that, but it's just how the gear works. I was gonna do a touch and go, but yeah, this plane, it's tough. It's tough without flaps to make it do, but well, you can watch the climb rate. The descent rate is right there. Not that you guys can see the damn thing. I just hate it when I put the plane down like this, right? And then the second the gear touches, it acts like it's not a wheel and forces the front gear down and then fixes it. Landing that you referenced. Oh, neat. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Oof. Yeah, they called it quits real quick, Creation. What were all the shuttle missions that had aborts? STS-51F was the only abort ever. Can I ask you a small block question? I mean, yeah, sure. I might not be able to answer it, but okay. That flight was pretty good. We still have fuel, so I'll have Val collect the science here and Don't hit your head, sweetheart. Come on. All right. Oh, she didn't reset. Hold on. Oh, she's not a scientist. Oh, well, we gotta recover the plane anyway. Well, we got some science from this. We have enough fuel to do this again. Let's go to the cove. Yeah, Jim. What are you gonna do? Kerbal Tower, this is Echo Juliet 154. Requesting permission to depart runway 9. Recover to reset the science bay. We're not going to be going any particular area where you can I'm going to do a small rant. Dream Chaser had 3 separate maneuvering systems using different fuels. First set on the nose and the craft are hydrogen peroxide and monopropellant. The aft end near the service module, they're using RP1 and hydrogen peroxide bipropellant. The third system is for emergency using nitrous and propane. From what I know, the system could not offer precise rendezvous maneuvers capabilities since Starliner stuff. NASA is really careful when it comes to stuff like this. Why? Why tripropellants? Why? That's... Surely you could make a... Surely you can do a pressure-fed hypergol system with that stupid thing. Surely you could. Why hydrogen peroxide? What, that just... High-test peroxide is hypergol. I understand that, but how many other spacecraft have that? Point is, you go with what you know. Why introduce all this stuff? It's a shuttle. It's difficult already. Just use NTO and MMH like a normal person. Yapping about green fuel. All right. Let's get out of here. Actually, you know what? Let's recover the science here, and I want to see if it's enough to unlock the other engines. So, I will recover the vessel. I just changed my mind on a whim right there. We'll send out another one. That plane, the A100 works fine. It's a great plane. 6 science earned, 45.9. Bingo. That was great, actually. That thing worked fantastic. Uh-huh. And we could get better fuel tanks. And the Thud engine. 51F was almost death, Jackal. It was close, but yeah, it made it. It should fly exactly the same, O10. The fuel tank is directly on the center of gravity of the vehicle. So as the fuel tank drains, the center of gravity doesn't change. It'll fly just fine. Actually. We have 165K. How much is it to upgrade the SPH? Oh. We could get the advanced rocketry stuff and get the Terrier. I don't know, Tape. Yeah, no, that's a good question. Your next milestone is to orbit and then land back on Kerbal. You use brake parts cleaner to clean a carburetor. Yes. Yeah, I'm doing it. Unlock all the parts. Let's go. All right. The Marvin Launcher Mark IV. We're going to get away from planes for just a moment here. And we will go up and come right back down. If I recall, they picked hydrogen peroxide for the same reason Soyuz does, as well as reducing ground handling and infrastructure costs. There are many reasons to pick a green hypergol aside from environmental. There's actually a quickly growing percentage of stats that use them now. Yeah, satellites. Your cat's hip hop anonymous. Hip hop anonymous. Your cat's on your keyboard, buddy. hip hop anonymous. Dang it! Why does he always get it right? All right, let's take that off. Get rid of that. We want that. Yes. It's all good, man. Don't worry about it. No problem. Yes. Their engine design is not qualified for proximity operations yet. I get the green propellants and everything. I think that's a stupid idea. You know, like, it's just, why qualify? Why try to go with this elaborate thruster design just to show everybody what a good person you are? Like, it's so stupid. Just use monomethyl hydrazine and NTO just to start out. Like, it's still no solar panels. No. There are now green propellants that are arguably better than hydrazine. Rocket Guy, the point I'm trying to make is that, you know, the point I'm trying to make is that you already you have a spacecraft that is inherently way more complicated than a capsule. You have a re-entry vehicle, right? That's not a capsule. Reusable heat shield, right? You're upping the difficulty there. Using green propellants on top of that is only making your job harder. You know what I'm saying? Are there solid boosters that have gimbal? In Kerbal, yes, there's one of them that does. In real life, yes, absolutely. Again, it wasn't environmentalism that made that choice. Yeah, you're not listening to me, so I'll just go back to playing the game. Yeah, you're not. It's fine. It's okay. I'll just keep talking to myself. All right. We should have unlocked the FLT 400. I want that. Give me this. So. Simplify this. Go. So I've opted for a single tank upper stage like that, and then I put the Terrier in place, which should give us way more Delta V. Yeah, I talk to myself all the time. I understand that it wasn't environmentalism that drove those decisions. I get it. I get it, man. I said that. What I'm trying to tell you is that that's a dumb thing to do because you're complicating your propellant design. You already have a complicated vehicle. Why make it more complicated? Their propellant choice was the reason why they didn't get selected for commercial crew. At this point, I have to ask, is Sierra even taking this goddamn program seriously? Like, you got a resupply contract, right? You got a resupply contract to the ISS from NASA. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? I'm getting a little annoyed with these games. I'm really getting sick of people not taking this seriously. It's really freaking annoying. What am I reading about here, Baron? What page 354? Oh, jeez. That clamp rating is to push the vehicle in the right direction because the SRBs don't have gimbal. For high thrust maneuver, the thruster operates in a bipropellant high specific impulse mode by injecting kerosene into the combustion chamber. Tested for over 21 minutes of continuous operation, its vortex design engine chamber ensures that the engine runs cool and stable for long life and reliability over multiple missions. Thruster is designed to be robust enough to survive the harsh environments of many launch sites. See, that's cool. Like, I dig it, but why? Why? Why would you do this on a... That's... I don't know. That's not how I would do that. Like, dude, Dream Chaser's already complicated. It is a reusable, crew-rated re-entry vehicle. Like, why? Why complicate? Why complicate? Why? There's no point in doing this. The why might be simplifying ground ops after a landing. So you're gonna complicate your spacecraft to simplify ground operations? Why? Okay. I don't understand why you would do that. And when I say I don't understand why you would do that, I mean I'm thinking about stakeholder expectations. So what are the benefits of easier ground operations? So you can handle the vehicle easier when it lands. That makes it so you can get payloads back from the ISS and take them immediately out of the vehicle if it's time sensitive and send it where it needs to go. Right? That's all fine and dandy. right? And that's a huge plus. But also at the same time, you are making your spacecraft like threefold more complicated, and the spacecraft is already complicated to begin with. So you made it, instead of having a regular, with regular hypergalls, like something that's well known, right? And having like a okay complicated vehicle, right? And then complicated ground operations. Now you have an extremely complicated vehicle and slightly simpler ground operations. Like, what? I don't understand this trade-off. The benefits are, there's not much benefit here for a lot of extra complication. This doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But I don't know. What do I know, dude? I-747. Like that, right? Am I thinking about this correctly, dudes? Like, why would you do that? I understand the environmental thing, like, yeah, and that's great. That's all fine and dandy. It's still using RP1, so. But just, I don't know, that's. The reason why we're even talking about this, for anybody that cares, is that NASA and Sierra basically reneged on their Dream Chaser contract with NASA, and they're not going to be resupplying the ISS on their first flight. For some reason. I don't know. Maybe it's because their spacecraft's complicated. Yeah, we'll talk about it more during Space News, dudes. I'm sorry. It's like, that's what's pissing me off. Like, that's what's making me angry. Like, yeah, I understand environmentalists and all that other crap. Yeah, that's great. That's all fine and dandy, but it has to fucking fly. Who gives a frick if it uses high HTP Kerbal's freaking, hypergolic thrusters? The thing is useless sitting in its freaking hangar with these complicated eco thrusters. Like, bro, it's been 10 years. What if they've been doing this whole time? It's not about the environmentalism. Like, I understand that had played into it. I get it, but that's not the big reason. What I'm telling you is my bone to pick isn't with the environment here. My bone to pick is with an inherently complicated thruster design on an already complicated spacecraft. Like, why? Dude, it's just... All right, let's calm down. Everybody calm down. It's not a big deal. We'll discuss it more and yell at each other more during Space News, okay? We can yell at each other in an hour, okay? Let's get this thing up and down from space. All right, so I swapped the Terrier engine out, dude. We got the FLT 400 fuel tank. We do have some science equipment up here. I don't have the Science Junior on it, but we need to go up and come back down. So we are afforded way more Delta V in this design. I do need to check the staging, and we should go back to putting the parachute on there. Okay. Double drogues. No Kerbals have died. Canceling of the contract is a NASA decision. NASA got cold feet about the propulsion system they've known about since early development. Oh, Arclex, here's the thing, man. I ain't saying you're wrong. NASA needs to pull their head out of it. Like, it's getting annoying. Getting annoying, dude. You know, they were up SpaceX's butt during Dragon development so much they could have used Elon as a damn sock puppet. And then, no, Starliner's fine. It's fine. They'll be fine. Now, Dream Chaser? Dude, like, bro, do you even freaking care? Like, what are you doing? Like, once again, it's not all on Sierra, man. It's just, it's just the incompetency of this whole damn thing is pissing me off. I've been pointing this out for years. You know, man, you've been here. Like, it's so freaking frustrating. Like, who is running this? Like, who's running the show here, man? Didn't you lose a Kerbal in the very first mission? I saved scummed, Jim. No Kerbals have died. Not yet. We definitely will. We definitely will get killed at some point. Well, I'll definitely kill one. It's just, yeah, that's probably gonna happen. As an incompetent person myself, I understand the annoyance. Like, yeah. All right, that needs to go in its own AG there. That needs to go there. Good, good, good. All right, let's do this. All right. Yeah, there's a few nightmares about Bill spontaneously combusting, yeah. Okay, so our current ah, crap. Please hold. Your call is important to us. Please stay on the line. All right, fine. We'll opt for 3 wings. Okay, here we go. Okay, T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You know, I didn't put a heat shield on this. It's fine. It's fine. We'll use the upper stage. Ort. Too late now. Stand by for staging. Got a good stage. Yeah, Raymond. Yeah, imagine if SpaceX took the money for commercial cargo to develop Falcon and then said to NASA, whoops, sorry, no cargo. Yeah, man. That's what I'm saying, dude. Does anybody take this seriously? Like, what have you guys been doing? Like, what have you been doing the past 10 years? This is much easier to control. Problem is, no one seems to suffer any consequences for not delivering. I know, man. It's really annoying, actually. Curious, what is the clamp for? So talkative, I have fixed fins on my design with SRBs. That decouple is to push the to tilt the rocket to do the gravity turn. Yeah. Pretty cool, huh? Oh, I love Terriers. Terriers are such a good engine. So I burn radial in to be able to control my apogee a little bit better. My apogee was up here. So I did a slight radial in burn that you can control. You know, like if you're playing Kerbal and you burn too much, your apogee goes too high, tilt down just a little bit. It's a little bit inefficient, guys, but it does get the job done. $86 by $75. Pretty good. I'm going to set Marvin to hibernate in warp. Oh, yeah. We are good to go, man. Does it... All right, let's just go once around. Just check our electrical charge. We have loss of signal from Kerbal as expected. It'd be more like, but not exactly. They'd already have a few flights at this point. NASA looked at Dragon. When they had their pad anomaly, it said, "We don't think you're safe enough to get close to the ISF. So we'll need to use your we need you to clean sheet your propulsion and recertify before you can satisfy the contract." Dude, yeah, no. Clown shoes. Okay, we got a reacquisition of signal. And what we're gonna do is turn this thing around and set a deorbit trajectory. Yeah, we're gonna come down by the island runway. I had to do the entry. I had to do the entry from when we had reacquisition of signal. So heat shield. Well, we have a heat shield in the form of the upper stage. But I'll tell you, this thing aerodynamically is not doing what I want. It should be flying engine first. But we did do a great deal of deceleration, so we actually... Okay, we made a re-entry vehicle. That's cool. Yeah. This is a problem. This is an issue. We are not slowing down. And we are in plasma blackout. Come on, sum it down now. Don't lose that nose cone. I said don't do that. Well, there's the drogue chute. We lost the drogue. We are most likely not going to slow down in time because of that. Or we got a reacquisition. Those drogue chutes would really be nice at this point. Oh, come on. That was close. That was close, man. That was a little sketchy. Woo! Point one science. Yes, science, Mr. White. Whew. That almost got bad. Wow. That was a little spicy. Hey, it counts. It better freaking count, dude. Yeah, we had an ablative nose cone. Just the drogue chute was attached to it, but don't worry about that. Yes, science. Yeah. No, I don't know what you're talking about, Gaw. Yeah, it's an ablative nose cone. You're violating physics. Your parachute isn't attached. It's attached. Well, if you look at it from this angle, it is. Kenny, I attached it with hopes and dreams. Okay? What are some lunar research experiments that you hope to see when we get a base up on the moon? Telescopes, particle deflection. How about a crane, Tanner? A crane would be really nice. I'm serious. Make a freaking crane. I'm more interested in the stuff you're gonna need. What, are we not gonna have a bulldozer on the moon? We should probably have a bulldozer. That would probably be a good idea. A bulldozer, a crane. What's lunar construction look like? Are we gonna have cement mixers? Excavator? Yeah, man, we're gonna need all this stuff. You want to make an underground base? How you digging? You gonna send a guy with a shovel? You know, that's the kind of stuff I really want to see, because that'll pave the way to all the really good experiments. Like an observatory on the far side of the moon would be awesome. That would be so cool. Contract parameter complete. Yeah, baby. Recover. Dude, this Marvin probe is really, really paying dividends. You know, there's that channel that it covers all that he mentioned a while back. Yep. It's on my watch list, dude. I swear. No pads in this save? Not right now. Just career mode, man. Explore the moon. Return from a flyby of the moon. Oh boy. Test the thud on an escape trajectory out of Kerbal. You think you could do an escape trajectory with a if I launched my vehicle straight up, it could probably hit escape, yeah. That makes some good cash, dude. 5 science, 10 rep. And then we could put a TS-18 stack separator. You just need to be suborbital. So if we launch straight up and deploy that at 235,000 meters, it'll work. Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
One thing I think you forgot is that MM2 you had some of the tree filled out before you started, so it's actually more difficult save. Yeah, but mission mode rules are infinitely harder than this. Infinitely harder. It wants me to test the TS-18. Okay, so for this mission, we'll take the chutes off. What? I hate the VAB camera. I hate it so much. I just want to see the damn parachute so I can get rid of it. Thank you. That's fine. And I'll just leave the stack separator, but we don't necessarily need it. 33. Yeah, I know. We can get rid of that, get rid of that, and get rid of that. And this doesn't need to separate. That's fine. And save some cash that way. All right. So we have to test that thing on the way up, and then thuds on an escape trajectory. How much delta V does my upper stage? I did it. Cleaning your carb fixed the mower. Nice. Good job. Thuds are actually really good first stage engines, dudes. They're super good. They have really high specific impulse for a first stage motor. So yeah, great for a first stage. There, we flew one of my older rockets in an older mission mode save. We flew Imahara with two. Voice just decided to stop there with 2 thuds at the bottom. It was awesome. It was a great rocket. Really, really useful. Yeah, they're okay vacuum emitters. They're all right. But yeah, 8 degrees of vector range. Super, super good. I don't have a reserve chute. This one isn't coming back. Honestly, the tri-mode looks like 2 redundant HTP valves run separated together for the first 2 modes, and adding a third for RP1 supercharge at that point, all of which are much easier to make a valve for than traditional hypergulls. Wouldn't mean that bunch of a bump in complexity. In fact, the very next page is a buy mode that specifically states it's a lower cost version of our Dream Chaser RFCS for applications having less stringent requirements. Okay, and what's taking so long? Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Bye-bye. Whatever, it's going up. TWR here with 2 thuds attached is not ideal. Yeah, this one might go into the mountains, dudes. Yeah. Probably gonna go into the mountains. Probably should have tipped it over. Because, yeah, we're getting a nasty grav loss right now. Yeah. Okay. Yoo-hoo! Oh, up, you piece of snot. Whatever. Whatever. Fine. The decoupler didn't do what I wanted. Nothing really did what I wanted there. Whatever. It's fine. Yeah, that ring dangling around up there really wasn't good. Let me think. We had terrible TWR on our second stage. So I'm gonna up that, and then what we'll do is we'll give it 1 thud, and then you should be able to get this more or less centered. I mean, Aqualex, clearly something's going on at Sierra Nevada. Like, I don't know, man. I think it's because I like Dream Chaser so much, and I think it's such a cool idea, and I'm a little pissed off that they don't really seem to be taking it seriously. I think that's what's getting me, dude. So, like, you know, like, what? I guess that's my answer. What the hell? What the hell's taking so long? You guys got thrown. You got thrown a CRS-2 contract in like 2016. That was like 9 years ago. You got thrown a resupply contract, and what have you been doing this whole time? It's confirmed for quite a while that the Gigacash porting can barely even pay the staff. The program has basically run out of money. I don't know. Whatever, dude. It ain't no thing. We'll have to read more about it to understand what's going on during space news. Let's get this mission done, and then yeah, we'll switch to space news mode. Clearly, we got to talk about this. This is ridiculous. They don't even have a green box yet, man. Yeah, where's your green box? All right. 3, 2, check your staging. Thank you. That's good. That's good. That one needs to go there. Thank you. 3, 2, 1, go! Yeah, that's not good. That thud, despite the nozzle being aligned, is asymmetric. So, you know, we got that going for us, which is nice. Well, we got the expensive stuff back. We got the expensive stuff back. Never heard of that abort mode. That was the oh frick abort mode. It's better to put them in symmetry. Okay, let's try this again. Do you need the 909 if you have to bring 2 thuds anyway? The 909 is so ridiculously light, dude, that I'll take the efficiency. Spin stabilize it? Yeah, we've been there already, dude. Don't worry about that. Have you seen the stuff, all the stuff Astra CEO has been saying? Yeah. Chris is, yeah, I'm not sure what he's, thinking, but, you know, whatever. Run, he's clearly doing some kind of strategy that, you know, I hope that works for him, whatever that is. Staging. Good staging. What the hell? Come on. Stay there. No, 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 no. Windows. God dang it. Why not use the thuds on the way up? Why? What is using the thuds on the way up gonna do? Okay. Yeah, I don't know what happened to your thuds, pal. Okay, recover. Thank you. I throttled it up. It didn't decelerate. Hit the water. Snapped the thing in half and the thuds kept firing. Then they throttled up after I hit the water, you know, so... That's good. We got 200,000. That's good. All right. How many parts do we have here? We can afford 2 more. Cool. This will work. Or it won't. Whatever. Design constraints. It's the two thuds on this thing that are really screwing me. There. We'll fire it. Who cares? Doesn't matter. See what that does. Try this one. Unable. You've got to be kidding me. Yeah, sometimes it just plays at X-Wing. Anyway, let's see. Ready? 1, 2, 3. All right, cool. I mean, it gave us a little bit of a kick. We definitely stabilized. We didn't need that. Stand by for hot staging. The heck was that about?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
The heck was that about? We're going up. Well, at least we could go for one of the tests. Stack separator to 230. Gonna make it. Nice. Can get one of the objectives. Well, it's good to get one. Nice. All right, well, we got one. We got one. That's the Weasley. Oh, we could put that on the plane. No problem. $2,000 to $4,000, $170 to $260. That's easy. Hearts of Iron 4 after Space News Can't See Me? I think I was going to play Stationeers, dude. I'm going to go see what's going on with our gigantic base. Oh yeah, that's simple. All right, let's see if we can get this stupid thing to go up again. I don't even know how much that stack separator was. I don't care. Let's try to get the thud onto escape velocity. Not Kerbal all day. Gotta do space news, homie. 3, 2, 1, go! Yeah! Well, that separation worked. Or play Destruction Derby on the N64. Yeah. Welcome to Destruction Derby. Yeah, man. That separator was causing problems. Causing something, dude, yeah. Let it coast a little bit, let's get a little bit higher. And there we go. I haven't played Destruction Derby in 20 years. Jackal. At the very least, 20 years. You still have your N64? Yeah, I could go get my copy. It's down in the house. I keep it. I keep all my N64 games next to my dehumidifier, in my basement, on purpose, so the cartridges don't get oxidized. They're not like sitting on the ground next to it. They're up on a shelf. Don't worry. I have everything, dude. I have all my N64 stuff from back in the day. My N64 is probably older than you. And it still works, might I add. Why does your fuel tick down so slow with the engine at full throttle? This is a Terrier engine, Pelly Joe. Very, very efficient. Come on. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I don't have any decoupler. I don't have a decoupler fair, and I took it out of the design. Dude, oh, that's like maybe 100 meters a second away. All right. We gotta talk about Dream Chaser and stuff, dude. I need to figure out what's going on here. Give me, that's gonna do it for part 2. Part 3 will be on Monday, guys, because tomorrow there's no early hours. I'm just doing Flame Trench and Racing. Yeah, just Flame Trench and Racing. I have to help my folks with something tomorrow. So yeah, but so the part 3 will be on Monday, but you're basically getting Kerbal Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday next week, as far as I can tell, for early hours. And maybe 1 or 2 of those days we just play Kerbal through the day. So plenty of this coming in the future. Plenty more KSP coming in the future. Yep. All right, dudes. That's going to do it for part 2 of the career. This is fun. I'm enjoying it. Yeah, it's kind of nice just, putting it on the pad and sending it instead of building everything out. But we'll do more on Monday. Should be fun. But the party isn't over. There's still plenty of stream left. We are going to start space news here momentarily. I'm going to jog the VOD over on YouTube. Yeah, we'll be up to space news here in a moment. Give me probably about a half hour. Start space news at 1:30. It's 4 past the hour right now. And then we'll go. Brimo cooked me macaroni and cheese. And I want, scratch macaroni and cheese, not, TV dinner mac and cheese. I want to go eat it. I'm going to go eat it. So, I will be back in about 30 minutes for space news. We got to figure out what's going on with Dream Chaser, because that is pissing me off. But we'll do that for space news, and we still got stationeers for after hours, so plenty of time, plenty of fun. I'll see you guys in a moment. Thank you.